because I've rebooted my laptop, I have to launch Discord so I can post my notification. Hang in there, bear with me. Okay, we'll be good to go in a minute. So this is Greatest Ace Attorney Adventures on the Nintendo Switch, the second game of the Great Attorney Chronicles compilation. And this is going to be part 11, and hopefully the finale. If all goes according to plan, I should be done with the game today. But we'll see. We'll see how things go. Hold on, let me post this to Discord here now that it's booted up. This will be part 11. And very likely the finale. There we go, people. Alright, let's continue, shall we? We have probably potentially a lot to sit through, so... I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I can only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Early and me, a very big mistake. My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay. Mr. Eggert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon, and certainly not like this. There he is. 4 witnesses in the stand now. Thank you for complying with the court's subpoena at such short notice, sir. But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of the London Society, it is my pleasure to oblige. And what is your real name, if this was not your real name, by the way? Kindly state your name and occupation for the record. Ashley Graydon, Communications Officer. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? You were appraised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume? Yes, I was. Something to do with the murder that took place at the pawnbrokers on Baker Street. And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That is the accusation indeed. This really is beyond a joke, you know. Very well, without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath. Gladly, my lord, gladly. This guy is so over the top. Witness testimony. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time, but are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some Scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. I bet he's hurt. He has to be hurt somewhere if he was shot on the night of the murder. That was, what, not 48 hours ago? So, I guess there has to be a wound somewhere, no? So you deny the accusation completely, do you? If he had a wound, we could prove it. I must say I am dismayed for the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands that the jury's will is upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Yeah, that's right. Antagonize them. That'll play in my favor. Or it should, anyway. By golly, how long am I expected to be detained here? If following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately. Good, then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation at least. Don't be so sure. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination. So, we meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies. You are? Leonosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so. Ashley Graydon. Enchanté. So... I trust we can conclude this quickly. But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. Are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder? I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation. Yeah, I'm interested in this one in particular. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There is no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. Yeah, but that doesn't count as evidence. No. But I am not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure that the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate between samples. Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. A great detective, you say? Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Wait... Choctaw! Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin? What, me? No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you. Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I gotta tell you? Yes, I know, you're not Big Bruv Sulky. Although that remains to be proven, you know. Mr. Nash Skulkin. Corplimey, Governor? You what? Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court? Me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what? Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke? Nothing, honest Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arm around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all. What wound? What was that? Where he took the bullet, of course, it was only 2 days ago. It ain't gonna be healed up yet. Actually, if he says 2 days ago, that could have been the day of the murder, couldn't it? I mean, well, technically the day of the murder, since it was past midnight, would have been the day we've spent investigating, and the trial took place the day after. But, I mean, depending on how you want to interpret what he says, I guess it would fit. So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... So not only he has a wound, but you've also just admitted that you know him then. He said that he doesn't know you. Oh, else bells. Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? He's holding his arm. What? Your comrade is worried about you, it seems. On account of your injured arm. My lord. Yes, Mr. Graydon? I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. Oh, come on. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole in the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir. The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand as if in pain. Actually, that could have been me because I just got shot with my second dose of the vaccine 2 days ago. And actually, Well, it's okay. It's okay now, but my shoulder was hurting like crazy. Like a few hours after I got shot. More so than the first time, actually, if anything. But it's okay now. No, I refuse. Can you refuse? What? Come on. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I am not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved. You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Windybank's pawnbrokery? My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Mr. Graydon's formal testimony. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon. The bottom line is, I've never had anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed. We have proof to the contrary. Hold on, I will say it before trying that. But I feel pretty sure of what I'm about to present anyway, so... Pawnbroking establishment where the man was killed? Okay. Hold on. Yeah, I was gonna say it should be among the last few. Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was until the day of his murder in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I have reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. Ah, yes, resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps. That's right. The surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. Yeah, we've already said that yesterday. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also, in the form of a scratch. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon, you refused to allow a court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? Because I have no doubt that it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. So he's just been lying under oath. What is the meaning of this? So you admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Hordar! Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there has been something of a misunderstanding here. Hey, RNG, how's it going? I did not attempt to take the disc as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. That the disc was mine from the outset, so you've just been lying under oath. And nobody's gonna say anything to that? Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. Good, just eating your meal? Nah, okay, good. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Did I hear you correctly, sir? MacGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? Yes, my lord. The one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon, are you saying that Mr. MacGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Hordar! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in pawn on that fateful night 2 months ago. MacGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming that this belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on Mr. MacGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. The disc. There's a note on the disc saying from MacGilded, but the item belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. So you admit that you knew the guy then? Had you ever been to Windybanks before? He has to say yes. Only once for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. Well, if he claims to have been the one that broke it, that broke it, I guess. Pawning? He pawned it, I mean. Then yeah, I guess he would have had to have gone there once. But that's not true, but he would have to claim that much. So when you noticed that the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? Yes, that's right. I didn't notice at first, of course. Such is the art of the pick purse. Yeah, you had a note with her name and description on it to begin with. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. Alright, he can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Okay. In the end, of course, the disc was taken by the police. Uh-huh. Yes, it was taken by Inspector Gregson here, wasn't it? That's right. This was the very man. Apparently the police are collecting anything that has a connection to Mr. MacGilded as evidence. Huh? Huh? What? What? Chocto! What's that? Is something wrong, Inspector? What do you mean? The last remark Mr. Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way. No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone. Let me ask you this, Inspector. Why is Scotland Yard gathering Mr. MacGilded's possessions? I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine. What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. I already sort of theorized yesterday that this may have something to do with the thieving of national secrets or something. Something to do with an article in the journal. Yeah, that thing. Hold on. Like this. Ministry mole, classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. About secret communications between Great Britain and its allies, apparently they're being intercepted by hostile nations. Communications are being intercepted, but how would somebody be doing that? Yeah, I mean, if they're investigating this case, and like I suspected, the disc is actually not music at all, maybe it's data to be transferred to these allies or something, wirelessly, and he works in radio communications, the guy. So that may be why he wanted the disc too. Yeah, well, anyway. Yes, exactly. You should know all about that. Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned through the capital for his great contributions to public life. Yet he had a dark side too. Where are you going with this, Van Zieks? I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they? That's enough! Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know. Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume? The Lord Chief Justice appears to have a great faith in you, Inspector. The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first. Damn it. What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zieks here. Well, he did say something like that yesterday. Like the disc was not supposed to be introduced as evidence or something because it is pertaining to that other affair. I think they did say something like that. Or maybe not exactly like that, but something that sounded like that. Well, it would appear that the Inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let us return to your testimony. Gladly, my lord. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Well, I also remember when he asked for the code from Lestrade. He asked for the code, he asked for the disc, and he asked for apparently another disc. Apparently there were supposed to be 2. So he would have had to go back for that, no? Well, then again, I suppose he had what was his name again? The pawnbroker? Not Grandis, Windy Bank, yeah, okay. Yeah, Windy Bank said, I think that that's all there was with the code, yeah, I think they called it a code. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover Mr. McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall that it had been seized by the police that afternoon. Yeah, but I'm talking about a different disc. It was no more in the shop that night than as I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. So there was nothing of Miss McGilded's left in the shop that night? Nothing this man might have been after? I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. McGilded slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windybanks. Then when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina and forced her to take the redemption ticket. There is no doubt about it that witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Inspector Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Greg is being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. Just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the facts that Mr. Graydon is lying in his testimony. Okay, let me save my progress so far. So am I supposed to present something here? It sounded like that's what Iris was saying. No, it wouldn't be the projectile. And I suppose it's not presenting the disc again. It was already what I had to present before. No, that's not it. She seemed to say that I had to present something, to use evidence or something. That he had reason to go back there that night. Okay, hold on, press it again. I want to re-listen to what she said. Okay, so far it seems to be the same. If you have some evidence, then let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. Let me have another look through here. Who deposited this? Was it McGilded? Well, yeah, it would not have been in. It would have been someone else. No, Mr. Windybank appears to have used the back of this photograph to write out the redemption ticket. He's written it very neatly, but still, perhaps he's ran out of paper, so he had to use anything he had on hand. It's hard to know what the forefront, what's the front and what's the reverse side now. A small box. Owned by the victim, Mr. Windybank, in the form of sofa. Where did we get this? That's the one for the coat, yeah, that had the disc in it, but there was also a small box. Is that it? Is that the evidence? Hold on. I'm gonna have to go all the way around for the dialogue again. Ah, that seems to be it. This disc was deposited at Windybank's on Magnus McGilded's instructions. Yeah, on his instructions. Not himself. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself. Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night. He knew McGilded, so if he wanted to go back for the disc, he would want to go back for the box as well, no? But I don't know what that box is. Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. What? Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybank's. As the second pawnbroker's tickets proves. There were 2 articles belonging to Mr. McGilded in Windybank's pawnbrokery. And the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your 2 accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. This is the second ticket, is it? What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box. A rather vague description, it seems to me. Are you suggesting that I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? The one on the right always seems to be acknowledging stuff with his eyes with the way he looks. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article had been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. That's a good point, yeah, sadly for me. Indeed, the witness makes a solid argument. So that means that for some reason, this Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it? It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zieks? I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windybank's pawnbrokery. Oh yeah? How do you know that? How do you figure And rest assured the prosecution can prove it. Uh-huh. Good gracious. Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please. Yes, sir. What prints? These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras. Early's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. One was set to capture the counter where Mr. Windybank received his customers, and the other was set to capture the shelves on which articles were placed for sale once forfeited. Okay. According to the information on this ticket, Mr. McGilded's small box had been forfeited already, 2 days before the incident at 9 p.m. on 13th of April to be precise, which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now, what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's at 11 p.m. on 15th of April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print. I would have to compare them side by side to figure if this is really true. This one was taken 2 hours after the incident. I see, so we have 2 pictures to compare. Well, although if they say that they've already been compared, what hope do I have to find proof myself? Yeah, I only took a quick glance, but indeed I can't notice anything. Wait, what? There's something that's not in the same spot in the 2. Yeah, something moved. A little box that's directly to the left of the stereoscope. The stereoscope is on the right side, and there's this little brown box that's on both, but not in the exact same spot. I must say that placing them side by side leaves me cold. Yeah, but not me. There is something there. Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Let's use stereoscopy if we can. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive on this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared these 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector? Yes, sir. Well, that can't have taken them very long, then. We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints. Oh yeah, but if you only counted them, and the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both. In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. Okay. I don't believe it. If I could just have shown that he'd stolen McGilded's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What? So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion? I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somewhere? I just said that there is, so I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these 2 prints. What? You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. I don't need maybe I don't need a stereoscopy to point it out, because I can clearly see it here. Granted, these 2 prints are almost identical. However, there is one minor discrepancy between them. What? When you view the 2 pictures stereoscopically, single area stands out as being different. The location of the small box. Let me... Wait! Unbelievable! By Jove, you're right! He's crossing his eyes. The judge. By Jove, you're right! How extraordinary! What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Windy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves. Are you suggesting that the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact... Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints. Mindless guesswork. What if it was? So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen, which means quite simply that nothing has changed. That may be true, but alright. McGilded's box wasn't stolen then. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Can't we have a look at it? Have someone bring it over. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? Let me have a look at it. I'm suggesting that we need to examine that box. There we go. As soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Windy Banks as we speak. That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial. The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zieks. Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination. Oh. His eyes are throwing daggers. How do you say? He's staring daggers. We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing. I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zieks? This is nothing but a smoke screen. A Nippony specialty, it would seem. Specialty? What are you trying to say? My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning, that this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery. Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place. Exactly! It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. I still demand that we take a look at it. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society's reputation implied in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. Is he setting up a trap for me? Because if I say otherwise, then I would have to say that I got a person to be declared not guilty who was in fact guilty. The articles this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets and a small box. I assure you I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Yeah, well, so you say now. You know, that does make rather a lot of sense. It's not as if it was gold or jewels, is it? Though goodness knows Mr. McGilded was rich enough. He can't deposit cash at the pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that. The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling. It is incumbent on the defense now to bolster its argument. To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have. Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Are you able to show proof that the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case? Well, What's the matter, Runo? We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. Ha ha ha. But Ginny... Could it be that Van Zieks knows? Of course he knows, yeah, you bet. Is that why he's doing this now? Because he anticipated everything? But maybe... This could be a great opportunity for us. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? Sooner or later the truth comes out. Every time. Alright, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. What's the right thing to do here? Yeah, we don't have a choice. My lord, the defense would like to, although I should probably have said it before making this choice. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal. Oh, what proposal, counsel? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand. The defendant? To what end? It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Mr. Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing, in particular the impact it will have on the accused's standing, and indeed your own. But that means that you knew as well, then. Where did you get the information that we got through the evidence that we found during this case? If he knows. Unless he heard it from Gregson, I guess. If he is in the know about the case that's being investigating of the leaked national secrets. Lord Van Zieks, would you care to explain that last remark? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Very well, if you have no objection. So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice. This guy is so over the top. Then I shall bid you good day. Wait. You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish. All right then, Gina, it's time. I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Why did he ask that the other guy remains in the stand? Only to destabilize my client? Is that it? Good luck, Bruno. The articles that Mr. McGilded has deposited in Windybank's pawned rockery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Yes, and I remember this young lady being brought before me in that trial as well. That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. The omnibus case was intriguing to say the least, and now here we all are again, the same players in that trial facing each other once more. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's Winton Street. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder, but as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then, immediately after the trial, having been acquitted of the murder, Mr. McGildet died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. You know what I think? If the guy, the revolutionary guy from Russia, was perhaps involved in the stealing of information, actually it could have been him who set the omnibus on fire, no? He's a terrorist after all, no? So, wouldn't that make sense? I don't know if this is ever going to be revealed, but, I wonder. Because I assumed it could have been him since he's called the Reaper of the Bailey, but, maybe not, after all. I mean, if everything is so tightly tied together, mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on. As indeed does the omnibus murder itself. Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor the small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings. Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago? I mean, I don't know what you mean. I already said all of what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires that you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Well, if it helps her not being found guilty of murder, and if it's only perjury, it's still better. I'd say it's still a win. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Although, let's face facts, you have little credibility to lose. Ginny, don't listen to him, please. You have to trust Runo now. Iris, we're on your side. Alright then, I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it. Yeah, he thinks, or at least he believes, probably, that this will play in his favor, but I hope that since this is apparently where the story is going, that it will play in my favor anyway, maybe in ways that I can't yet foresee. I must confess that I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here. However, it would appear that Mr. McGildet pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbors secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware. So, Mr. Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, the commodity sorely lacking in your original statements. This is it then. Everything's going to come out, like Van Ziek said. This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. The real truth of the omnibus case. Truth is that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. That's when McGillet slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Good grief, this is outrageous. What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGillet's trial. It sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial of this witness and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable. We truly believed that he was innocent at the time. It's only towards the end that we started having doubts. And proof of all that has only come to light much later. I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were all in on it together. You're wrong, Dolota. Yeah, Mr. Nanaodo, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it. Humbug. I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that? He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free. Unforgivable. Stop. The liars have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative that the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's pawned articles must be brought to light. Very well, my learned student friend. Given the depth of calamity you have just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord. I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. Ply me, Mr. Naruhodo. Naruhodo. Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination. Yeah, better press on everything here, I think. And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Mr. Strad? If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats? Yeah, that's right. It's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain that you claimed Mr. McGilded was the sole passenger, did you not? False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important that you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? I don't know, but I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying. Perhaps business dealings of some kind. Well, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. I hardly dared to breathe, and then all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all. And I believe you let out an involuntary scream. Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. Ah, crap. Hold on. Yeah, that's significant. So, come on. Yeah, press on it. Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove lying on the floor. Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps? I don't know, but McGilded picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was that scared the way he was looking at me. I thought, if I didn't go along with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions, like what me name was and where I lived and that. He asked me about being a diver too. But after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First, there was a kind of rapping noise. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over me head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. There were 2 gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right. They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded cut me out of sight. Out of sight? Where? Back under the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to an halt, the 2 coves from the roof ran off to fetch the slops. If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident. So that left McGilded the driver and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside. The driver, yes. He also testified in the trial, I believe. Hold on, I'm trying to get a bit more comfortable. A fellow who went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened and stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do the run to the pawn shop roundabout. That pawn shop obviously being Windy Banks on Baker Street. Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me that the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well? Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Yeah, sure. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks. Mr. McGilded took up his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and what's in it has gotta be worth a few bob. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Ben the buck trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard. Yeah, this is important to point out because that means that she didn't have any choice but to commit perjury. Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only been able to scarp her if I did exactly what he said. Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago. Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said. Which was? He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it. The ticket? Well, I never. Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in the lug, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it. But really, why on earth would Mr. McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with the pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all. There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windy Banks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Well, that would be the disc, no? Anyway, after that he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. Can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Gina's really put her faith in you, Bruno. Yes, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. When I already pressed on everything, it's time to really go for it. Press her on every statement I just did. I suppose I should. Oh, and another thing. What's that? Hey! What are these two guys doing? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange that they've been whispering to each other the entire time? Yeah, that is strange. It looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. I'm not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. I wonder if there's anything I can do about it. Hold on a minute. Yo, you guys? Oh, are you quite done talking to one another? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon? Oh, the music stopped. That must be relevant, somehow. Inspector, Mr. Graydon. What? Blimey, you trying to give me a heart attack? You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about? Discussion? With this fella? Pull the other one, Sunshine. You think I've got anything to talk about with a shady gent like this? And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been Thank you, Mr. Strad. Thank you, Council. I've heard enough. Wait, what? No, no! I'm not done. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on that night 2 months ago a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus, a negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way, although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial, I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own? Well, why not, eh? They were only gonna be forfeited, why shouldn't I have got them? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it, thinking it no crime. Mr. Strad, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be? Eh? I ain't got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking it no crime. Yeah, you already said that. My lord. The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. At last. We're making good progress, it seems. The mysterious little box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. To be continued. Yeah, so according to the summary I looked at of all the parts in the game, this should be the final part then. If I'm not mistaken. So what is it then? So this is the article in question, is it? Small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago, and on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder. Is it already in the evidence? No, not yet. The only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Is that what I think it is? Is this some kind of music box to read the disc? Good gracious, this is no ordinary box, it seems. Wow, although in truth I had an inkling that might be the case. It would appear that the box houses a miniature music box movement. Then, is it too much to expect? I think it would be reasonable to assume this is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. If it is music, we'll know, but I don't expect it to be music if it is indeed the state secrets that I've been suspecting were on the disc. So here we have the means to play back Mr. McGilded's disc deposited at Windybank's at much the same time. Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus. But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand that the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded? Could have been, according to what Gina said before. I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. Yes, very well. Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last. Mata. Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music. Why would he latch out like that all of a sudden? They have to be the state secrets. They have to be. Why else would he jump to the occasion like that to prevent us from letting those things be heard by anyone in the room. This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection. But no! That piece of evidence is police property now. You can't. Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here. But it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening. Garg! No further delays, please. Play the disc. I guess it... I'm looking for a lot for dashes, you know, the dots and dashes in Morse code, but this seems to have only the dots. No? Or only dots anyway. Unless it's something that's in Morse code and then coded into letters that only use dots, I guess. What on earth? That's certainly not what I would call music. No. It's just the same note playing over and over again in a regular sequence. Mr. Graydon? This really is priceless. He seems happy about something. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom. Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Is it in the evidence already or not? No, it hasn't been added to the evidence yet. Are you ready to move on, counsel? Come on! Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? I think it could be a clue. I think it is a signal. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord. Good lord, but... and how can it be? It's an abomination, counsel. Mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever. It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound, as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge. If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this. Oh? Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case? It's the defense's belief that the sound emanating from this music box is not supposed to be music. Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. He's not laughing anymore, so I must be on the right track. Look at that, the smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Yeah, he's even saying the same thing. Alright, we're on the right track. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Same reasoning as me. Good, Naruto. Good. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Idiot!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music. Well, now that you've told us what they are not, care to tell us what they are? Yeah, I'm sure the court would like to hear what they are. Do enlighten us, my Nipponese friend. Well, surely you have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. Exactly. The music box is clearly broken. Refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly, and I'm fairly certain that it's not broken at all. Really? Really, the way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. Thank you, Iris. Alright, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean that the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. Ah! Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? A telegraph signal. Something's just struck me, Runo. It feels like recently, in the past few hours even. I've heard another sound very much like the one this music box makes. Yes, it's a familiar sound. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. That guy in the jurors has a telegraph machine with her, so I'm going to have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by this music box is not in fact music at all, then what the devil is it, Counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to one single answer now. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Actually, I have an anecdote. I have received one telegram in my life. Like, a long time ago, when I was little. It was way out of fashion already at that time, but it was an old man, an acquaintance of mine. He was staying in Switzerland, and he wanted to wish me a happy birthday. And he wanted me to receive it by the post, but on time, so he telegraphed me a happy birthday message. And I wonder if I still have it somewhere, actually, because this is something so unique that someone my age actually got to receive a telegram from someone. I hope I never threw it away, because that was quite a unique experience, to say the least. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. Alright then, this could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds on this music box disc is... the stolen secrets? Hold on, let me save. Because here I'm not sure which piece of evidence it is that I have to show. Today's paper, Counsel? The headline is Pawnbroker Perishes in Pig Purse Plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord, I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Further down, Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, as I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted and leaked to various other countries. And presumably those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever is the matter? You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Hold on, I need to blow my nose. Hold on. I've been streaming with my mic turned off for a while. I don't know how long, but it could have been a long time. Ah, blimey. I wanted to blow my nose just now and I realized it was turned off. Well, it's too late for me to go back now anyway, sorry. I can't re-stream what I didn't read out loud, I'm afraid. My lord. Yes, Counsel. The brothers' last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case. Very well, Counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkins never skulkin. Milverton and Skulkins Milk Run. Gore them were the days. Milverton and Skulkins. Skulkin? Milverton? What's that? Press. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business? Just a little scheme we had going back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about. That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? I'm interested in both, but I was wondering what the name was. So this business was just a bit of fun, you say, and it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved. Yeah, that's it. Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Yeah, that's it. And where did the Milverton part come from? Oh, right, I thought a clever clogs like you'd have worked that one out, that is. Enough of this! How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel? I don't... Let me guess, you don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton that you decided to interject? Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from. Yeah, his old man was struggling for money so much his wife walked out on him. She took the name Graydon then, see? But Ash will always be Milverton to us. That's another name? Egbert Benedict? Ashley Graydon? And now Milverton what? So that used to be your surname. Of course not. This is all buncun. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, huh? You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena those records, Mr. Graydon. Well, it would appear that Mr. and Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then. Is that correct? Very well, yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Ashley Graydon's personal profile has been updated in the court record. Wait, hold on. What did they add? What was the information they added? All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security, although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago and the break-in at Windy Banks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Mr. Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. No, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. Yeah, well... hold on. Okay, Ashley Graydon, a telegraph operator at the Central Communication Station, whose name was once Milverton years ago. He's a childhood friend of the Skulkin brothers. But I don't have his profile in there, though. The other guy, no? Bummer. I know, but Mr. Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers, but I already pressed on both of their stuff, no? Actually, this one, no. They didn't add it after the one where I got it. Yeah, I guess I haven't pressed here yet. So did you know nothing about this music box? We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing, and we ain't planning on knowing nothing about it neither. But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windy Bank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windy Banks all along, weren't you? We were, Gov, we were. You're right there. Because that's what he told us to do. It was his plan. And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to bring into Mr. Windy Banks at night? Did you not ask the reason? Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I weren't best pleased, I can tell ya. In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. Okay, I already pressed everything. And like she said, I have to establish a link. And that would be here. We have? Yeah. Mason Milverton? That was his name? Well, I have it then, no? They have the same family name. There we go. Boom. In your face, Mr. Ashley Milverton. Tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name. Explain yourself, please, counsel. I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with MacGilded. Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker. That's right, only Mason wasn't his surname at all, it was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton. Milverton? Do you mean to say? Saints alive! Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case that the brickmaker, Mr. Mason Milverton, was your father? Oh, I don't... As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. Grr! The truth is you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information. And selling it all to MacGilded in collaboration with your father. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus MacGilded. By dint of this music box, you mean, counsel? Yes, stealing information being sent in secret government communications and sending it on to MacGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music box discs to encode the information. as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands. And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever. But the deal with MacGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yes, but before he was arrested, MacGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles MacGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time determined to recover the second disc. Are you suggesting that the second disc was inside the music box? Eh? We never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item and one item alone, the music box. But where is the disc now, though? As rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera indeed. So the question that naturally begs answering is this: why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. But yeah, I guess the discs are unique, whereas the machine, you could probably make another one like it. And then you could make it seem like nothing was taken. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, that would make sense. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all of this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago? I refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket. What? He's been waving his arms around so much that his wound that he got at the scene of the crime is now opened. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? He's got you now, me old China. Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Wait, what? Who is he talking to? Clearly I was a fool to think I could trust some common backslum thieves. Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid the spare 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. MacGilded. As God is my witness, I'm sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not going to go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is, well, we know that 1 bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Windybank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm. Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself. But, the gun was still found in the hand of the victim, though. Well, no, I guess she said that she said that she picked it up inside the storeroom, I think, in her testimony, Lestrade, I mean. That leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Windybank was shot by a third gun, which can only have been fired by the third intruder. Goodness. That's right, Mr. Graydon. Grr. The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Windybank that night is you. Who said that? Ah, him? You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. What? What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbroker's. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communication station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. He's gonna testify against my client, obviously. This makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Yeah, but you are suspicious enough indeed, no? Are you suggesting I saw it all? I saw the very moment that pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. There was only one bullet in the gun. So if he shot you, there were no bullets left? Well, it would seem we are finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial, Mr. Graydon. Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Then I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim. Nothing would give me greater pleasure. The moment of the shooting. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance of the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. A peephole in the door? So now we're acknowledging the existence of that thing? Those two pictures that show that it was there at one point and not there at another point will probably come into play there then. Though I'm not sure in what way. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Well, we know that to not be true because the blood on it is not from the victim, the blood marks, but since the chemical reactions cannot be submitted as evidence, that's not gonna help me. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. But that's not true, it was found in her hand. Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony. Oh, well, yeah, he means the third gun, I guess. You claim, sir, under oath to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger. Order! It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. But neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details. Yes, well, I'm sorry about that. Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time. Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here. Such an investigation is entirely possible, my lord. What? Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Early's work, his ideas are all sound. Ideas are no use to us here. In science, as in law, the theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used, with your lordship's permission. What, luminol? Was it already done at that point? Or was it something else? We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Jeannie's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Ginny. I'm going to shoot. But that's not Mr. Windybank's blood. That stain is from 2 months ago. That's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution. I almost read persecution. Yeah, no, okay, it was just my imagination. Overruled. Lord Van Zieks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be... Counsel! Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination. Okay, ooh, he's not happy. If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or a really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. I think it's probably best that in doubt, I press everything. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was still near the entrance to the shop. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the store. Yeah, well, hold on. I haven't pressed anything so far. I have to. Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close. I've never been so scared in all my life. Yeah, we're just irregular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence, says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves and forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place, then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1, so I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong. I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you sending upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Sorry, Gov. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. And I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. Those tend to be serious wounds. You're lucky you didn't get any artery or vein punctured, and that it was just a flesh wound. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine you even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home. When I pulled my gun on him, he tried to shove me out. And then he scarpered through that door out back. Okay, at which point, what did you do? I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. Yeah, peephole? You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned? Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job made of stout wood. But there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside. Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Yeah. But it's not there in one of the pictures. What's up with that? What about what you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole as well? Not likely, Gov. Didn't see nothing of the sort, Gov. Yeah, because it's not here in this one, but it's here in this one. Well, it's too low res to see it in the miniature here, but although you can sort of see it, but yeah, it's pixel level details that is unlikely to show in the stream video feed. So, don't mind that. I doubt these two buffoons were even aware of the people's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Mr. Windybang take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there. The defendant. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. I was looking at my screen since I'm quite close up and it's an LCD panel and you can see individual pixels. I was wondering what resolution this game runs at on Switch. At times it seems to be native 1080p. At other times there seems to be some filtering applied, some scaling filter, like it's slightly sub-native on my screen. But the stream is encoded at 720p anyway because I can't do much better, so doesn't matter. Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man. And then, what did you see next? The accused in the black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand, but that was Mr. Windybang's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. Ah, but no, it wasn't the broker's gun that the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybang's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective, but this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time. Oh, come on. Yeah, and where did she do with it? And why was she found passed out with an empty gun in her hand? Yeah, sure, that makes a lot of sense. But no other gun was found at the scene. Calm yourself, Counsel. You must consider the events in order. At first I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then all of a sudden, the broker turned to run, and it was at that moment that the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A chilling image, I must say. I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. All over her? Yes, through the peephole. I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. But I assure you that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. But it's not Mr. Windybang's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. So annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that, but they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case. Bother. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. I've pressed everything so far. Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room? That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over. Over where exactly? In the direction of the storeroom door to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door. But why on earth would she do such a thing? I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Without thinking, I went and picked it up. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime. That's a convenient excuse. Yes, it was yours truly. They didn't do fingerprints back then yet? I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up? We'd made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up. He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull at the gate, aren't you? What are they doing? What are they doing? Why is he shaking him all of a sudden? What's up with that? What's the meaning of this? Gentlemen. Something wrong, Sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin? Blimey, this D is a bit of an hooligan, ain't he? What was going on just now? You saw him. He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? And why didn't you? Because we didn't know nothing about it, or that flaming peephole in the door. I'm sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rack sometimes. Not hurt, are you? Gore blimey, see the way he's looking at me. I'm telling ya, this D gives me the willies. That was strange. The inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, that wasn't like Grexy at all. What reason could he possibly have? Is it something to do with those secrets? Those state secrets? That was when the second disc was mentioned, no? Were they discussing something, perhaps? He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yes, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? It's not going to be good for me, but no, my lord. Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound. Yeah, you wouldn't be able to tell that it came from a gunshot wound. End of report. Goodness me! See? What did I tell you? Idiot! No, the blood on that coat is not Mr. Windybanks. What on earth makes you say that, Counsel? The coat originally belonged to Magnus MacGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windybanks, MacGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? Yeah, that can't be there is no evidence to sustain what I say. 2 months ago in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for MacGilded's innocence? And yet now the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer? Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. But that was... I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery, that's what it is. How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answer to that problem pop out. It can't be done. But we use Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated... Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist. Would you put such faith in the chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer? I held out piroshki to starving boy, and he ran away crying. Piroshki? But the mouse? But I know it was Piroshko, the snake in that previous case. Anyway, that reminded me of the thing with the snake, but I'm not quite sure what the name was now. Let me look it up very quickly. Or that was a similar sounding name, maybe. Sherlock Sholmes. Yeah, I know I looked at Sherlock Sholmes' page on the Ace Attorney wiki before. Yeah, there we go. Piroshko. Okay, it's loaded. Ah, yeah, Piroshko is the snake. It's weird that the name is so similar. Okay, well. Sherlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom. No weight at all. How could you say that? Victory is sweet indeed. This proves that my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that fact is if he saw it happen. In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. My lord. Been a long battle this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men, all for one now. Sir! Yeah, well. Here we go for another summation examination. Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful. I don't believe it. After I've come so far, how is it all unraveling on me so fast? That little door was not there to begin with, so... How very distressing. Who said that? To be held in such low esteem. Huh? Huh? Who said that? Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Am I going mad? Ah! Herlock Sholmes? Mr. Sholmes! What is the meaning of this? Hodor! What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in the hospital. As well I would be, had I not been set upon an errand. What errand? Hurley, it's really you. You're awake at last. Yes, good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me. In what manner, sir? I have something of great importance I wish to give the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time? What say you to this, Lord Van Zieks? This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already. Exactly, having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time. As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Eh? Very well then, counsel, you have 5 minutes. Are you okay enough to be here? My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright. I'm all wrong. Why are you laughing then? Sorry? I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible then. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community. An oversight on my part. Right, modesty? Surely not. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Mrs. Sato. From Mrs. Sato? If possible, matters were to be settled without giving me the... If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Mrs. Sato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprit would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you are won't do. Would find yourself in considerable peril. Okay. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given the small parcel. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san. Whatever could it be? We've seen this before. What is it? It's the machine I made. Ah? Look, I used this as my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flapomat. Can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. Oh, the door appearing on the... That raises more questions than it gives answers, but is that how the little flap on the door at the back of the shop appeared? But where was the machine at that time then, and who used it to create that thing? Since it is there at 1:30 and it wasn't there yet at 1. Iris wasn't in the shop. Sherlock, maybe? What's Susie up to? Mrs. Sato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Didn't she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. Or did she use it? Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? She considers herself a failure because she modified the scene of the crime, maybe? That night when you left Windy Banks in pursuit of the thieves, Mrs. Sato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. Ah, yeah, okay. That is your answer, dear fellow. No, not at all cryptic then. Sato-san used this cat flapomat that night, but why? The cat flapomat has been entered into the court record. So if the flap was made after everyone left the scene but us, he could not have seen it then, but how does he know about it? The cat flapomat has been entered into the court record, okay? Your 5 minutes is over. Are over. We're out of time already. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. Mr. Reaper, I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. What is your plan? The rest is down to me. If I could cross-examine the witness one last time... I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. Okay, well, if I have to be careful, better save then. I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end badly. My lord, the defense requests further cross-examination. Well, that's what ideally I would like to have. Further cross-examination. Can I, though? The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now. The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord, requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination. Ah, yeah, it had been interrupted, but it was never finished, actually. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I never got to finish. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything, then. Fruno asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. The court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. I concur that the defense is entirely within its rights to request a continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Okay. Counsel, you must choose but one statement. Okay. Yeah, I already saved, but gotta be careful on this one. It's the one about him seeing something through the little flap door. The peephole, as he said it. But one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it. A single chance to present evidence? If following that the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord. Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. That was a dramatic faint. Miss, Mr. Sholmes! To stand so insouciantly, so worrylessly, that is what it means, by the way, if you didn't know, before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. I imagine he's feeling very little now. And the detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you? Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared? Yes, one statement, one piece of evidence. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Susato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Okay, it couldn't have was seen through the little window now that we've established that it was created after he left, and how it was created. We know those now. Okay, that's where it is. Okay, so that's the one with no flap door. No, that's not what I have to. Maybe the cat door maker then. A cat flapomat. Yes, sorry. The wrong term. What on earth is that eccentric contraption, counsel? Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open their door. Okay, I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. Heck. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door. Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand. Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all. I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say? 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Windybank had taken place. That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes. Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time. Your assistant did what? There was a peephole in the storeroom door, I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom. This is ludicrous, what are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake? Yes, how could you? What? Counsel, kindly say what you mean. Alright, it's time to strike the final blow. What I mean is this, my lord. My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. What? No! This is a farce. Are you really suggesting that the peephole in the door was... Yes, it was created only after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions? That is a most serious act of vandalism. For which I humbly apologize, my lord. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. Yes, that filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident that people did not yet exist in the door, there is no possible way that you could have seen that what you claim to have seen. Grr. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. Grr. Hordar! Is there any credence in this revelation? It can be proven if we compare the two pictures. None whatsoever, as my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly! This is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. Haha, I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. She made a cat flap in the door into the courtroom. Well? Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windy Banks was made by your machine. And there is no way you can prove that it was. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flapomat creates are all of a fixed size, and the dimensions of the peephole at Windy Banks are an exact match. Urgh. Hehe, old Silky is lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume that people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut? That the prosecution demands proof of your answer. The photographs! It is, we can do it. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the peephole was created after the incident using this device, but now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than a baseless accusation. Come on. Let me at it. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks. Well, counsel, don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. Yeah, as it were. I don't have your kind of machine to make a hole in the case, though. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the peephole in the door of Windy Bank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. Okay, well, the picture, the first of the two. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Sato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof. And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel? This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendant entered the premises. Agreed. And it also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defense's broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background. Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description. Mr. Graydon, You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no people in the door. In other words, your testimony is a catalog of lies. Hoarder! I am satisfied that the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness's testimony was entirely fallacious. That's not the only thing we now know beyond all reasonable doubt. My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with the crime scene. But more importantly, good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zieks? The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury. But that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer. Yes, that's right. What? I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. Come on. I don't believe this, but they're right. As it stands now, I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Is that right, Runo? As Early always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been a line I wrote for him in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, you're right. Mr. Graydon, not only did you give full testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Make no sense? What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. Yeah, if the peephole was created after he left, how does he know that it exists at all? In other words, there is a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. What? This is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show that Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about, namely the people. Yeah. The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the people in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously You can't have seen it! As the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred, and once I returned to the shop having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windybanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles, and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all, so I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts, so we get through it all. And consequently, there is no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is completely inexplicable. And yet, the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain that he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door. How on earth is that possible? Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zieks? Speak, Inspector. It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you. In fact, the fact that you're asking to leave is even more suspicious, so no, don't let him go. Permission denied. Oh. It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes. Of course, sir. Mr. Graydon. You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. Which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else. Stop there, my learned friend. You realize, I trust, that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications. Yes, but the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony, and in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be. Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony? It can't have been anyone else. And that's why you wanted to leave. The truth is, it can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me? You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend. Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learned of it only during the course of the trial today. Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess, while the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communication station, and until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court. Are you suggesting that until such time as he was summoned? Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin? Exactly, and the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson. That's what you were talking about before, wasn't it? This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery. Which means the first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. But they did! I just remembered something, Runo. What is it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Jeannie was testifying. Oh yes, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime. That's it. It was during that testimony. I remember finding it strange at the time. Mr. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then. You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke? Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain, but perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense. What deal, counsel? It would have something to do with the secrets, no? I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector. The disc? The second disc? The box moved at the shop on the night that it all happened. So the disc was taken out of the scene. It would have been by him, since he is the only one they never caught that night. They caught the two accomplices, but not him. Oh. So did he give it to Gregson then? I'm sure I need to remind the inspector that if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well, it's becoming clear. that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's specialty. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Just what are you proposing that the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be... Yes, it's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle. He said dots. Dots and dashes. I must press you for an answer now, Counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal? I don't have the second disc to present, though. Should I present the music box? Yeah, okay. With the music stopping, I think it must be it. Inspector Gregson. Besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case? What? Are you getting up now, Sunshine? Is it possible that this other top-secret case is what's alluded to in this newspaper article here? The classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice? How the bleeding Nora could you? We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Windybanks by Magnus McGillid, a special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGillid's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for the details of the case. You little ARG! Hordar! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Windybanks, you said this. I'll be taking that whatever it is of McGildit's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over. No, don't give it to him. It's mine, that is, mine. I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging to McGildit has to be taken in as evidence now. Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGildit was involved in the stealing of government secrets. My orders were... recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. Blimey, not likely, I mean, I wasn't that sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness, to aid and abet this man in giving false testimony? There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the people. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these two men. Well, okay, that's my admission right there. If, and I stress, if this sobering assertion turns out to be found in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What? What's that supposed to mean, eh? As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have expected a gentleman's agreement in this matter. No, he would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Good gracious, then, you mean to say... Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc actually on his person? The defense demands that the inspector is searched at once. Definitely, they could only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before. And Gregsy hasn't moved from the witness stand since. My lord, please, order an examination of his personal effects immediately. Well, Inspector? He seems unfazed. This young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He's insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search. Okay, he's already sure that we're not gonna find it, is it? Okay, hold on just a second. Right, since my cat just entered the room, I'll leave him a pillow to sleep on. My back isn't as bad as it used to be anyway now. Okay, I saved, right? I did. I just did? Yeah. What? He's going to agree to it? I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If following the search of the inspector's personal effects no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. Should I say no then? And my country's government will formally demand of yours that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook. You're just threatening Runo because you're scared. The accusation is beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here. Very well, Counsel, you know the implications, so let me ask you one final time. Yes, my lord. Do you still persist in formally requesting the search of the inspector's personal effects? Search someone else? He was shaking one of the two guys earlier. The tallest of the two. Could it be? And it is when they were talking about the disc, as I recall. Ah, maybe that's why he... What's the name? It's Nash. Okay, it's Nash that I have to ask to have searched. Yes, the defense formally demands the search be conducted. Well, don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good. Fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please. Oops, that was a bit weak. The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson. What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me. He had physical contact with Nash before. No, Inspector, not you, somebody else. What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You're being completely irrational. Be quiet, all of you! Runo's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions, so you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way. Well said, young lady. Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words. You what? Now don't be hasty, my lord. If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be. Counsel, of whom do you request the search now? The tallest of the two, Nash. Of my lord, Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never. Blimey, me? Him? Very well then. Bailiff, restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects. Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to the search. Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zieks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Arrgh. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Ah, here, my lord. In the witness's pocket. I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. Hey. Cat just jumped on the desk. Hey, calm down. I don't know nothing about it. Nothing. That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus MacGilded. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? I'll put my keyboard up there where my cat can't walk on it, because he's taken a habit recently of going to sleep on it. So I don't want him jumping on my desk and accidentally stopping the stream. Is it not, Inspector Gregson? Arrgh. Hordar! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc, honest to God. Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here? The alleged deal that was struck was between this witness and this detective, no? Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information? Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who really loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment. I don't recall what unusual behavior. It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. On the last statement, if I'm not mistaken. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the Poland Rockery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort. While Mr. Graydon answered my questions, the inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently. Yeah, he did and all. Thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother, I was. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that? I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station? That's what he said. Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did. Me head's still throbbing now. The way the detective behaved was extremely out of character, but looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Well, bless my wig. Now lopsided. He hid it? You. But I'm afraid I failed to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence. It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Why ever not? As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions. My orders were recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT, strictly hush-hush. Hush-hush? A top-secret assignment, is it? As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if that information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector? I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question. So realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness. Does this mean... You only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him, to slip the second disc into his pocket. So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon, Are you prepared to admit that to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal? Admit to it? Yours truly? Please. Mr. Graydon, clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector. But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the people? I'm under no obligation to explain. Yes, I lied in my testimony, that I admit, so sentence me accordingly, but that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with a detective, all of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what?! Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc? Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done, it's been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. This is quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to present it, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector. Yes, he's a dependable man, I am quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me. Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really. Graydon is a highly skilled operator. Stop currently in presence of idols. Stop. Detective has very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say. I don't believe these 6 jurors they're going to believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now, is Ginny going to be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness. Play those! Threaten to play the secrets in the trial then. You'll see if it will not talk. Damn it, my cat wants to get outside and we're so close to the end, I think. Okay. Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare the final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court. If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gina will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Runo. You have to throw some more evidence at them. This is it now. It all comes down to this. Gregson. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see. What's that then? If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly. Well, go on. This is my last chance. It looks like I'm going to have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Hey, the second disc isn't in my evidence. The first one then? Is that Mr. McGilded's music box disc, counsel? Yes, the first disc of 2, which has already been placed in Mr. McGilded's special music box, ready to play. I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. Goodness, this disc, Council! No, wait! I can't let you do that! Why not? Because it's got nothing to do with this case, that's why! Not true, Inspector. Eh? The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes that the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message, and now we have a chance to confirm that theory. For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? You're mad. If you let that secret information out in the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot! Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness, that you continue to lie to the court, and all because by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client! I don't care who I make an enemy of! My lord, if you please, the court must hear the sounds made by that music box. Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him! Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Urgh! In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast to uncovering the truth. By fair means or foul. No! Very well, the defense stands here, and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more. This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously. There's still time, Gregson. You can admit to it. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code. Hold it. Alright, I admit it, whatever you want, but for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up! That's it, we've done it. We've done it. Let me ask you again then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon? Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the people in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said. When the trial resumed after the recess, and we were stood here in the stand together, that's when he approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile! Shut up! Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you? I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable will soon become very public indeed. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances, so I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door, and the bloodstains on the overcoat. By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that, yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury. I did, but then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard was unaware of that, if I'm perfectly honest. Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank. You. He broke his cane. Traitor! Jeez. Bailiff! Restrain that man! At once! That's it then. It's all over. Or, is it? I hope it is. I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole. And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination. But then you decided to try to sell government secrets. Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. Okay, sorry. I wanted to drown them out with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Yeah, a fiend with a queer talent. So you are. I've money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing. And for that reason, I took great length to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined the skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code, so I sought out my father again to employ his services. Ah, the father was in on it beyond being an intermediate between him and McGilded then. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man, but poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason, so I made up a story. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made. Music box discs, eh? A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell to the public. I've brought the score with me. There are two, actually. I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's how I had him make the two discs. Thereby splitting the information in two, you were taking considerable precautions indeed. It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in two separate transactions. The first involved the first of the two discs and the music box for playing them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago? Was the second part of a deal the exchange of the second disc? Yes. I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money. But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon, for why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with Mr. McGilded and not yourself? When I received the 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with MacGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me, next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Ah, okay. He wasn't an accomplice, he was trying to protect his son. Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore. Okay. That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from MacGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make. He never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. Perhaps MacGiddy never had any intention of paying up. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster MacGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge? He killed MacGilded? As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, MacGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. I've made plenty of money out of my dealings with MacGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. MacGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. MacGilded's death that day was caused by this man. Or he paid someone to do it. Everything is ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? This sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. They are going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Present? Yeah, well, whatever. So that policeman who came to tell MacGilded he could examine the omnibus again. That's right, an imposter, hired by me. MacGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Ah, yeah. That scene we just saw, yeah, that was after the trial. Yeah, I remember now. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered MacGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death. A spine-chilling account indeed. But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with MacGilded. Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime. Well, what he calls the second disc here has been called the first disc during the whole of the case here. When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with MacGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs and the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. Oh, what's this? Windybank's pawnbrokery? Aye, it's a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. You can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I've put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before. Have you not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault. So I knew that if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And that on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yes, to Gina. I remember now, that when we first met you at Windybanks that afternoon 2 days ago, you had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial, that pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar. Anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another of Mag Gilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline, and he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was to wait until the girl went to Windybanks to redeem the articles, but unfortunately she redeemed only MacGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in his pocket. The all-important music box was the second disc with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we picked up on the fact that MacGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible, so we started gathering the fella's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going on at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to MacGilded on the shelves for fitted articles, and the second disc was inside. Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief, but then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! A gunshot rang out in the shop and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly, but unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him, but unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that's happened at Windybanks on that wretched night. Alright then. So, members of the jury, earlier you called MacGilded a monster, a man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. What tragic irony, for what you have done is exactly the same. You've become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in MacGilded. Yes, I think I have. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. However, it would seem that at last we have arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windybank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector, regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. Yes, my lord, of course. If it transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice, that fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. I think that's what he said. Yeah. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett up squadron standing by, sir. This is really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver their verdicts. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now declare your final decisions to the court.
무罪.
무罪.
무罪. 무罪.
무罪.
무罪.
Ha ha ha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. Finally, Bruno, you finally managed to do it. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world. Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet. What are you looking at me like that for? Before you start enjoying your freedom, there are certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windybank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with Mr. McGilded's property, it seems. I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Oh, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening. And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together the music box discs contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel. Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. Very sorry about that. It was the only way that I could get Inspector Gregson to admit to what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that? It's, about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code. So much so that the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact. Goodness, madam, an unhealthy level of obsession one feels. But I must say that in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that, a meaningless series of two different tones. What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music again. Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government communications. We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies. Secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really going to bother me. Miss Lestrade? Yeah, me lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalogue of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child. Come on, it ain't nothing I done see most days in the back slums. I beg your pardon? If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you've got to start at home. You got to change how you are yourself. Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Winniebank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, not guilty. Well, it took longer than expected, but here we are. We're at the end. That is all. Court is adjourned. In fact, I really should go, but I really want to see the end of the story, obviously. I can't leave like that. These two. On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, Far Eastern friend. Oh! Despite being a Nipponese, you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman, and at that same time saw through the grime to the surprising heart of your English client. You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures. I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside. You know, I took this case for one very simple reason, to lock swords with you once again here in the courtroom. You did? When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hoped to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand. You mentioned something similar earlier today, about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly? Well, you may ask, and one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not. Is it something to do with Susato, maybe? Not Susato, oh crap, his friend. I forgot his name. Alright then, I'll wait for that day if I must. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago, it gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. Stop breaking glasses, damn it. So farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. In the sequel, probably. Okay, yeah, I knew we would be finding our way here. Come on, I have to go. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naraodo. You believed in me right up to the end. Yuraza is your name. What's all about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? No one ever has before, see? Kept the promise, I mean. Properly. That's awful. I figured something out today. All my life growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one, but that's just cause I've been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning about yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do and your trust is rewarded, there is no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, pack it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. Kazuma, yeah, that's the name I was looking for. This is the way I see it, Inosuke. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma, am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? That voice. It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. It's him again, with the grey hair that I can see. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when finally you noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Ah, Mr. Sholmes! Ha ha ha! Yes, it was me all along, you see? I'd assumed you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. I happened to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat to you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Mr. Strad? While you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed, some of us have been fighting for our lives. Well, that bullet has caused me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true, so I have indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Mr. Strad. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. Oh, the Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who was found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyways, is that it? The very point I was trying to make, as exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. But of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper is a bit like him upstairs. Like him upstairs. Him upstairs, you mean like God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He won't have got the wrong end of the stick. There are some coves like that buck trotter who are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGillids of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? A trait in you which is to be admired, Mr. Strad. Oi, just give a rest, alright? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. Well, there you are early. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you. Iris, my dear, I do apologize, but wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have a penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff, but these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. Ha ha ha, they had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Early, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's going to land you in trouble one day. I'll be careful. Ouch. Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight, but you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm going to be nowhere for a while. You are the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. All them offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the butt trotter stuff, what was in the lug? Blah, blah, blah. Yes, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving in an offense, it's a job, innit? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I could make a change. I'm gonna do something for all them lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Heh. What is it? Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade, the prison carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yes, goodbye, Gina. And good luck. Odo? Yes. Odo. Arrgh! What was that for? I don't know. I mean, I don't know what to say, so... Indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase either two missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. Eh? On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Jeannie. Right, I see. Well... Ah, she takes off her hat this time. Thanks, Odo. A smile at last. Thank you for everything what you've done. For believing in me. Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Okay, so what now? Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Bruno? Early? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more. Wait, Dover? That's right, if we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But, there won't be a train, surely. We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes? I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked sole. I don't. The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for then? To London, Victoria. (5:32 a.m. Port of Dover, quayside). That took somewhat longer than I had anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Mrs. Sato, where are you? Over there, look. It looks like she's reading something. Mr. Sato, wait! What are you doing? Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. The book you were about to throw into the sea. It was your encyclopedia of British law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now, so I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming it's because of the peephole, Miss Susato? I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun, I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. What if it's so important you should pay more attention to it? You didn't notice it for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flapomat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it until I found myself in Mr. Windybank's shop with it later that night. And then... Ah, come on, we don't need all the details. We know what happened. Yeah, this is the end, and I'm about to finish the stream actually, but hi, Society Guy. After Mr. Naruhodo had left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes, if Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door, and at that moment, the little device that I had put up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. No, he's not dead, he's here, he's alive and well. So you used the cat flapomat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in the photographic print of the shop. By one of Early's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon, though naturally without proof it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. No, actually, it didn't kill anyone. McGilded was not killed by him. It was killed by the real culprit of this last case, actually. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he had manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing, you were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. No, not Gina. Eggert Benedict, who had another real name, actually. It was a fake identity. That's right, but then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see through the door. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course, and the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap? Is that why she did it? She didn't know what she was gonna find behind the door when she did it, so is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong, a criminal offense even. That's why I decided to confine in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him. That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began? My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight. If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade. You could have been disbarred if you had been seen to have knowingly tampered with the crime scene, so Mrs. Sato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone, for your sake and Miss Lestrad's. Mr. Sato, the truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law. I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime, but the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon is the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people inconsistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure that she would have been acquitted in the end. Moral of the story, do crime? Mr. Sato, what you did saved Gina's life. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Well, we must all be thankful that Mr. Strat's freedom has been assured. Yes, exactly. Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure. But the revelation that the music box disc contains secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator, and she said that the majority of the sounds on the disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they have been intercepted. In cipher, I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway. Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you. So... Asogi? What? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny. Wait, Iris, what did you just say? Oh, I just said Asogi. Does that word mean something to you? Mean something? Asogi was the name of my best friend. What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris? I wrote it down during the trial before when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it, but whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make sense. That is, in English at least. It suddenly occurred to me, you see, there's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it, are you saying? That's right, I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before, but I think it's based on the Hiroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says Asogi? Yes, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all of the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Mrs. Sato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version? Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. Of course. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Susato's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code, so the British Empire has been using Japanese for its secret communications. I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names? The first is Kei Asogi, Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A. Shin. Shin? Don't recognize that name. The third is T. Gregson. Gregson? Ah, it would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name? What's the matter, Mrs. Sato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. Wilson? John H. Wilson? You mean Daddy? It says only J. Wilson, so I'm afraid I can't be sure. Then after the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contained Japanese Morse code, not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names? It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So Daddy could be in Japan then. Where's Susie and Runo come from? Oh, well... Two of these 4 are already dead, so... no, it's not very likely really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. But we can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. This is so strange. Somehow, in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Honk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yes, it seems so. Set sail. It's not a sailboat! I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. Then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie. We wish you a safe passage, Miss Susato. Thank you so much. I wish all of you the very best. Miss Susato, I had hoped to have you always at my side to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. About your manuscript. Oh, the Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Mr. Naruhodo, yes? Do you remember the first time we met? Yes, of course. On the SS Buria when I was dragged out from that wardrobe still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Susato takedown. You know very well that I'm talking about after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that... I'll be back soon. Farewell until then. And with that, she leaves. Ah, hold on.
なるほど、龍之介。最初の冒険の物語はおしまいだ。思えば不思議な運命に導かれてここまで来たような気がする。僕は弁護士になって異国の町で名探偵と出会った。これからもきっと様々な困難が僕を待ち受けているんだろう。でもどんな危機だって大逆転できる、そんな気がする。
He's playing the violin.
だって僕には世界最高の仲間がいるのだから。
Alright, I guess this is it then. Credits. Ah, wait. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow, but not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Sato. You love defending yourself in court. Huh? 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 It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like, bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Bruno's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Objection! Then I really must say... Okay, yeah. Figures. In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived. From Europe, something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. So I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes and to solve an important case. And the money I've earned, consulting deductive work pays a pittance by comparison. Jeez. I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript is due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Early usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement. For some dry toast and insipid coffee. So, scamming people, it sounds like. I do miss Susie and her lovely something. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare steaks themselves. Lovely Japanese breakfast. Well, I don't know, son knows his father as an innocent man. Or are you calling my son a liar? Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong! All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly is a hardened criminal. It's not fair! So that's what happened to him then. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline, like a great clock in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds until my next appointment. So tomorrow I'll start a new game. I may play House of the Dead Overkill on the Nintendo Wii before I start Mario and Luigi Bowser's Inside Story the day after. So the one I want to play next is a Unreal shooter, and the one after is a JRPG then. Ah, her ladyship puts me to shame. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stairs every day has done wonders for the Dicky Peck. Managing rather well with the housework too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. Fuck, I should have told you that the Amnesia collection... What's that? Was on sale a few days ago for like $3. Would love to see you play some spooky shit. My Rolly is back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting down small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, they'll drop the pennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. She's always going on about all them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. I'm not sure. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime, but regrets? Give over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time here in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulking Mink Run, right? The three Muscowatsits. Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. Okay, so what now? This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise. Your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Did he paint the eye on the Daruma in the end? Not yet. Sholmes is such a goof. Okay, nothing post-credits or anything. Okay, what's that? Ah, this is so long. Should have stopped streaming half an hour ago. This will only take, what, another 20 minutes? More credits? Well, yeah, he had to continue alone because he died during that case. He's gonna take the katana, and she'll walk with him. It costs too much to animate, so Let's pretend it happened off screen. Yeah, I knew it. That shit's too expensive, man. Okay, the people of the first case. Or the first in Britain, I should say. I have to wait because there could be something post-credit still, so... Yeah, actually, you know what? Yeah, I want to skip this. Right, okay. Is there anything else after that? Fleeting farewell awarded. Okay, yeah, you got a pretty image after the credits. What else? Is it gonna ask me if I want to save? Or it does so by itself? No? So if I were to select adventure, if I were to continue, no. I'll figure out later how to select the second game on the cartridge then. Anyway, thank you for watching then. I'll be off. I'll be back tomorrow with... what did I say again? Yeah, House of the Dead Overkill for the week. So, take it easy. See you next time. Bye-bye. Adios.